Oakland Athletics Baseball on Comcast Sportsnet, part of the NBC Sports Group.
Well, we are at the O.Co Coliseum. Rain has been the story today in the Bay Area, and it is the story tonight here at the Coliseum. We will not start on time. Game 2 of this series, the A's and the Royals, but hopefully we will get the ball game in at some point tonight. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Oakland A's baseball here on Comcast Sportsnet California. Ray Fossey and Glenn Kuiper. And Ray, we had a pretty good idea that rain was going to be an issue today and tonight, and it certainly has. It's been raining all day. Right now, kind of a light rain, but they're hoping maybe it'll clear up a little bit as the evening goes on.
I don't think either club wants to stay here Thursday. Both have the day off. This is the only trip the Royals make to the Bay Area. The A's will go back twice, but everybody talks about playing 3 games. I think we'll be here for a while if necessary. Clay Wood, the head groundskeeper, and the bad thing, really, if there is one, is that once the tarp comes off, it's wet and muddy. And we just hope that it doesn't have to go back on, because about 5 or 6 guys down there, even though Animal's down there, it's still very tough to push the tarp back out on the field. So we hope that once the umpires get the lineup card, Jim Joyce is the crew chief, will play. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen tonight.
And if we do play, it'll be Graham Godfrey for the A's and Danny Duffy for the Royals. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that the weather will clear up and we will play Game 2 of this 3-game series. We'll come back to the O.Co Coliseum with some more information in just a moment. Tonight led by lefty newcomer Tom Malone. The green and gold made several spectacular defensive plays, highlighted by Josh Reddick's laser throw to third. Josh Donaldson then provided the offense, and Grant Balfour, the new closer, came in and shut the door. Tonight, taking the mound for the first time in 2012, Graham Godfrey. The A's like what they saw this spring as he is ready to secure his spot in the rotation. The A's battle the Royals in Game 2 next. Well, after the rain delay, we are set for baseball. Still dripping just a little bit, but we're going to play baseball. Graham Godfrey will make the start tonight for the Athletics, and the A's, after shutting out the Royals last night, they'll try to make it 2 in a row tonight in Game 2 of the 3-game series. Welcome to A's Baseball here in Comcast Sportsnet, California. Along with Ray Fossey, I'm Glenn Kuiper. Well, Graham Godfrey last year made 4 starts for the A's, so they got a little bit of an idea what Graham Godfrey is all about. But this year, starting in the rotation, so I got to believe he's set and ready to go tonight. Right?
You know, Cap, I think last year winning 16 games at Sacramento, came up to the big leagues, pitched well, especially against the Giants. Tim Lincecum pitching for the Giants. He defeated them in his first Major League victory. And, you know, the one thing he has done, he's changed speeds very effectively. He did it in his last start against the Giants, the Bay Bridge series, and that's what solidified his position in the rotation. He didn't throw enough pitches. He had to go to the bullpen and finish up because he was so efficient in his pitch count. But he changes speeds very well. He works quickly, and a night like tonight, exactly what you want.
Well, the third base spot for the A's is held down by Josh Donaldson. He's a work in progress. There's no doubt about it. But last night, we saw the potential that this kid could be a very good player over there.
You know, I think he's become more and more relaxed. This ball here going to the opposite field. Remember, he first came up 2 years ago. He was trying to pull everything, but something he's been working with Chili Davis and just trying to use the whole field. And how about this play at third? The catching part came out. Even though playing third base, blocked the runner, Bourgeois, going into third base after a great throw by Josh Reddick. But he did his part in making sure, and of course, his play at third base. The one play he continues to work on is that slow grounder, whether it's a top ball or a bunted ball towards him. But he's been working with Mike Gallego. He's a work in progress, but he's a good third baseman, and he looks like he's going to be there quite a bit this year.
And with a few changes in the A's lineup tonight, a couple guys getting the night off. Josh Donaldson is going to hit 5th in the A's lineup, so he is moved up at least for tonight.
Well, and the thing that Bob Millman's talking about, and Nedio said the same thing, he wants to get as many guys in the lineup as quickly as possible, and there's no doubt Colin Cowgill is a young man who deserves to play. He's got a lot of energy, and it's the one thing that's in him. It may see him tomorrow afternoon with Bruce Chen, the lefty, on the mound as well, so somebody else might get the day off. And, of course, Josh Recker Anthony Recker gets the start tonight behind the plate. He has caught Graham Godfrey quite a bit. AAA caught him in the spring. So it's a perfect time to give Kurt Suzuki a night off as well with a day game tomorrow afternoon here at the Coliseum.
So the A's are just about set to take the field, and as always, Clay Wood and his great grounds crew has hung in there, done a good job, and obviously the infield is nice and dry with the tarp on. Outfield warning track a little damp. It is not raining right now, so indeed we'll keep our fingers crossed. Game time weather brought to you by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. The admission-free boardwalk is open for spring break now through April 15th. Cool night, 54 degrees. It has been raining all day, and, well, rain is in the area for the next couple days. But we're not going to worry about that right now. We're just going to hopefully hope that it holds off for the next 2.5 to 3 hours.
Well, you know, these guys are happy, the Royals, to think about playing tonight, finish up tomorrow, and head back. See this tarp right here? See what Clay Wood has done? He's wrapped the thing up.
Which is a good sign.
Well, it's either that or they can't put it back on.
Maybe he knows that we won't need it again tonight.
Exactly. It's wrapped up, and it's going to stay there, hopefully, for the rest of the season. No more rain, but you know, Clay Wood and his crew. And the crew, we appreciate you guys as well. It's just Clay Wood's the boss, and he's the one running the show. But his crew, as small as it is, always does a great job. And I think we like to kid Clay when we head back to Midwest and the East when they have about 40 guys on the crew holding on to the hose when they water the field. And you got 39 guys and one guy watering. and Clay's sitting there with 4 or 5 guys. But they do a great job. You couldn't ask for a better field, and especially after the rains today.
And a good game last night. The A's winning 1-0 behind Tom Malone. Some great defense, and the one clutch hit by Josh Donaldson. But it was nice to see. I thought the A's play solid defense, which at least in the early part of the season, that has not been the case. But we've said it many times. I'm going to say it again, Ray. If the A's are going to win any amount of games this year, they're going to have to make very few mistakes, and that includes on the defensive end.
Well, you like to score as many and capitalize on opportunities, but there's no doubt what the A's did last night behind Tommy Malone, playing outstanding defense. And, of course, Jonas Cespedes doing the handshakes, controlling center field for the ball club and doing a very good job, and taking command in the outfield is what you want to see in your center fielder, especially someone as young and inexperienced as Cespedes. But the ball club last night couldn't have played a better game entirely, especially how rare is it to have a 1-0 game in the American League. With the DH, you've got 9 hitters, and it's just very unusual. Although tonight in Arlington, Texas, they did the same thing against the Mariners.
Yep. So just as this game is about to start, unfortunately, look up and the rain starts to pick up just a little bit. So it's going to be one of those nights.
You know who has a lineup card? This guy right there, Jim Joyce.
That's a good sign.
Play ball. Jim Joyce, a crew chief, and once the lineup is in the hands of the umpire, Graham Godfrey will take the mound and be ready to go. Now, Mickey Morbido, the director of team travel for the Athletics, confirmed something. You know, when a team comes in for the last trip, it's basically in the hands of the umpire. He said the rule has changed, that only after the All-Star break does that happen, because the Royals are in town just for this series.
Sure.
But it's still basically in the hands of the Athletics or the home team, in this case the A's. But once the umpire gets the lineup card, now it's in the hands of Jim Joyce and the umpire-in-chief as to whether this game is delayed, put back on, called, or whatever.
Of and I think Major League Baseball and all the teams involved, they always want to get the makeup game done, obviously as quick as possible, but this year even more so because of the tight time limit into the postseason. And I think that's an issue. They don't want to have any games to be made up because of rain the day after the regular season ends. So you're going to see any rainouts, they're going to get made up as quick as possible. Royals lineup tonight, Alex Gordon is in there, followed by Escobar, Hosmer, Butler, Francoeur, Stockis, Kane, Quintero, and Getz. So that's the Royals lineup for tonight.
Graham Godfrey pitching for the Athletics in the light rain, and we talked about his last start came on the 2nd of April against the Giants with 5 innings, 4 hits, struck out 3, didn't walk a batter, and he was so efficient in his pitch count he had to go to the bullpen and finish up. So Graham Godfrey getting the opportunity to start in the rotation, and he probably does not feel one bit of rain hitting him. He is on cloud 9, maybe above the rain. But for him to be in the opening rotation for the Athletics has to be exciting for him, and the fact that he's pitched so well last year, AAA, minimum time in the big leagues, and this spring, he deserves it.
Defensive lead tonight for the Athletics. Coco Crisp is going to start out in left field, and then Jonas Cespedes in center. Alan Cowgill gets his first start. He'll be in right field. Reddick gets the night off. Donaldson, Pennington, Weeks, and Barton on the infield. And also, Anthony Recker gets his first start of the season behind the dish. So Cowgill in right field tonight. Recker behind the plate. Get everybody a start early in the year. So Gordon steps in. Godfrey has wrapped up his warm-up tosses. We're set to go. Tough start for Alex Gordon. Saw him pinch hit last night. Struck out. He's 0 for 14 to start this season with 7 strikeouts. So the rain delay is the official length of the rain delay. 40 minutes? 40.
Oh, they start at 7:07?
We'll say 42 minutes, somewhere in that area. We're glad to be playing baseball. The day game tomorrow, starting at 12:35, and then both teams do have the off day on Thursday. But I don't think either team wants to get into staying an extra day and playing on Thursday. I guess they would if they had to. 3-1 to Alex Gordon, and he takes high, and the leadoff man in the ball game has a walk.
We talk about Graham Godfrey, and of course feeling excited about getting the start in the rotation. But the conditions, no doubt, as this game progresses and the water continues to hit the dirt, it's going to be slippery, and they'll be putting the soil absorbent on the field in between innings. but I think he would like to have had kind of spring training conditions, the footing, everything, not worry about it.
So here's Alcides Escobar, the shortstop. First pitch to Escobar is a strike. 4 for 13 to start the season. Still looking for his first RBI. It is officially a 43-minute rain delay.
The 7:05 schedule start, they don't factor in. It usually starts at 7:07.
Escobar flips one to right. Cowgill coming in. He's got it. And that's the first out of the game.
They're talking to Ty Waller, the A's first base coach, and he also directs the outfielders, and especially with Jonas Cespedes. But all these outfielders, you know, Cowgill, new to the American League. Cespedes also first time to the A's, but they get the scouting reports of the tendencies of hitters, where they hit the ball, and the positioning of Cowgill. I mean, that says a lot, because if he plays a normal position, it's a base hit. But he played shallow, cheated towards the line. There is Ty Waller, the first base coach, 6th season overall. He's been bench coach, first base coach, but definitely has handled the outfielders.
So first pitch to Eric Hosmer is in for a strike.
I think this might be one of those games that anything close,
yep,
you better swing.
High pop-up into the raindrops. Coco Crisp is under it. He's got it for out number 2. Well, it's also one of those games, Ray, where you probably don't want to think about it, but you may have to, is 5 innings.
Or 4.5. Preferably 4.5. That means the A's have the lead, and at 4.5, it's an official game.
Billy Butler.
So Butler, the cleanup hitter. Yeah, 4.5. That means the A's would win the game.
Home team. They don't have to hit the bottom half if they're leading for it to become an official game.
First pitch to Butler. Breaking ball that stays high. 3 for 15 for Butler to start this season. Royals come in with a 2-2 record. The A's are 2-3. Cowgill toward the line, into foul territory, fighting it a little bit. He makes the catch, side retired. So a leadoff walk to Gordon, no damage done. Bottom of the first, coming up.
And the third base, number 3, Mike Gallego. Leading off for the Athletics.
A's come to bat here in the bottom of the first on a rainy night at the Coliseum. Hey, I can see my breath. That means it's closing in on 50 degrees.
Oh, that's the
cutoff point. Danny Duffy, the young left-hander's first pitch of the game, 2 weeks, is a bit high. Give the rest of the A's lineup in a minute. Jamal Weeks sitting in that leadoff spot. 5 hits and 22 at-bats to start the season with a home run. Weeks last night, 1 for 4. Swing and a miss. High fastball. So 1-2 the count. So on the swing and a miss, and meeting at the mound.
Fastball in the mid-90s is the one that features the left-hander Duffy, and what they might have been a little concerned about. Pretty good fastball. Quintero told him it's raining. The lefty said, even I know that.
1-2 pitch, 2 weeks. Fastball, that one 96 miles an hour, but a bit inside. Coco Crisp in the on deck circle. And a full count.
Tongue depressors usually get a lot of work in a game like tonight. The pitcher especially, and the mud caked in between the cleats, and that's a good way to do it too, as long as you don't crack your ankle when you jump and click your feet together. Knock the dirt off your mud out of your cleats.
Good swing by Weeks and fouls it straight back. 95 miles an hour. So Duffy, at least according to our gun, is throwing pretty hard.
Well, he's doing what pitchers should do. You have a good fastball, you establish it early in the game, and he has thrown nothing but fastballs.
Another pop-up, and that one will reach the seats. Jim Joyce calling balls and strikes. Reynolds at first, DeMuro at second, Hoy at third. And tonight, with a very small crowd, poor weather, we'll be able to hear Jim Joyce even more than normal. Another payoff pitch, Duffy to Weeks. This one could be playable. Hosmer, Quintero coming together. Hosmer slides and he catches it. So a nice play by the big first baseman. So Weeks is retired. So Weeks will be followed by Crisp, but then Suspect is hitting third tonight. Johnny Gomes, the DH. Donaldson at third base. Cowgill in right. Barton at first. Recker, the catcher. Pennington is the shortstop.
And at Hosmer, there's no doubt a Gold Glove first baseman, and with the wet grounds, he's telling Quintero he's got the ball, goes into the slide, keeps the concentration, and another Coliseum out. Long run for first and third baseman. Even the catcher's also trying to get to the ball. Kid's good, man. He's
Puerto Quintero just getting back behind home plate.
It's because the daggers that Hosmer was sticking, like, where were you?
Come on.
Hosmer's playing him almost on the outfield grass.
Coco Crisp, the hitter. 5 for 21 for Crisp. He was 1 for 4 last night. Got his first stolen base of the year. The A's through the first 5 games of this season have scored 16 runs. They've hit 6 home runs. Last night, just the 1 run, but it was enough. They did have some chances to add on last night. They had 9 runners left on base.
Danny Duffy's numbers last season, 20 starts. One of those here. Picked up his first major league win in June. Pretty impressive, especially with a fastball from a lefty. He's got a cut fastball along with a four-seamer, curveball, slider, and changeup.
That's a good fastball right there, and Coco swings and misses. 95 miles an hour. So 2 outs here in the bottom of the first defensively for the Royals tonight. Gordon, a Gold Glover last year. He's in left, Kane in center, Frank Coeur in right. Stakis, Escobar, Getz, Hosmer third to first with Quintero behind the plate. So Alex Gordon, he moved to left field and not only had a terrific year offensively, he really kind of put it all together last year, but he goes out to left field and wins a Gold Glove. And he had a whole bunch of assists.
20 outfield assists. And, I think a lot of that when you move from the infield to the outfield, and nothing against Gordon, but there's no doubt you say, okay, here's an infielder becoming a left fielder. Let's test his arm, and credit to him that he was able to handle all the challenges. And we'll be very happy on Friday when the Royals return home to be presented one of the most beautiful individual trophies you'll ever receive. That's the Gold Glove.
How do you know?
I've seen them.
Yes, you have, up close and personal. In the dirt to Cespedes, 2-1. So Yoenis Cespedes hitting in the third spot tonight. Last night he was the cleanup hitter. He went 1 for 3.
I think this is because the lefty on the mound, Johnny Gomes, moves in the fourth spot of the batting order. So Cespedes gets a shot in the first inning.
Take that back. He was 0 for 3 last night. And that one missed somewhere, and it's 3-1.
I want to clarify the Gold Glove is the Rawlings Gold Glove, and it's been Rawlings Gold Glove for a long time, as long as it's been in existence, voted on by the managers and coaches on the best defensive players at all positions.
And the 3-1 pitch is outside. Cespedes with a walk. Well, you got 2 of those Gold Gloves, so you indeed have seen that trophy up close. So Cespedes at first, that's his second walk so far this year.
There's no doubt the more he plays, the more disciplined he's going to become. And even taking the pitch that was in the dirt, the curveball, he swung at several of those last night. But Eric Hosmer talking to him before the game, and he was talking about Cespedes. He said, man, everybody wants to see this guy. Watched him batting practice, the way he crushes the balls. And, the word is spreading quickly around the league, around baseball, about Cespedes.
So I think, too, Ray, that not only becoming a little bit more selective, but maybe more selective earlier in the count, where he doesn't get himself out or doesn't get himself behind in the count. Instead gets in hitters counts if he's a little bit more careful. Inside corner strike to Johnny Gomes, and it's 0-2.
Target outside, but the pitch kind of crossfire on the inside part of the plate. Quintero, the veteran catcher, handles it perfectly, keeping it in his own. Here, Jim Joyce, not in that slow-mo, but heard him live.
.96, so Duffy throwing hard.
There's Quintero coming up from behind the plate. He has the most pickoffs in him, official pickoffs, not throwing out guys, but picking guys off. So the runners know that and have to be conscious of his throwing ability. I think the closest, he has 12 in the last couple of years. The closest is 5. Of course, Yadier Molina with the Cardinals also excellent, attempting to pick off runners.
Hop up. Should reach the seats, and it will.
Bob Melvin was talking tonight about how Malone last night with that spin move, and similar to what Quintero, when you can keep a runner, a good base stealer, a step closer to the bag, you're doing your job. Whether it's a pitcher, in the case last night, Malone, the spin move is second. When Hosmer tried to steal third, kept him closer, and Quintero's throwing. Normally, you see good base runners will get big leads, not with this young man behind the plate. There's Tommy, good start last night, 8 innings.
Big breaking ball. Gomes swings and misses. Couple of strikeouts for Danny Duffy. No score after 1 from the Coliseum.
A's celebrate the 40th anniversary of their 1972 World Series championship. 10,000 fans will receive the Buzzer Raleigh Fingers bobblehead presented by Comcast Sportsnet California. Be part of the reunion and celebrate the Bay Area's first world title. For more information and tickets, go to OaklandAthletics.com/tickets. See how too many people know that his nickname's Buzzard. Raleigh Fingers.
Really?
You know how
you would know that.
Yeah, the Buzzards come in and just swoop up and take games and win.
Sure. I know what the name means in a baseball term. I didn't know that was Raleigh.
That's
I thought
Buzzard.
He just saved games.
Well, he was the Buzzard too. This is when
swoop in and get a W.
When he comes in or saves, I mean, just come in. When he comes in for the weekend, just say, "Buzzard, how you doing?" And see how he.
Is he going to get mad at me?
No, he'll just say, "I'm doing fine."
So a buzzard could be like the reliever who comes in with 2 outs in the 5th inning. The starter just cannot get that final out to qualify for the win. And the starter gets taken out. He's hacked off. The reliever comes in, gets 1 out.
Yeah.
His team takes the lead. He gets the win.
And usually that happens. Everybody in the bullpen's getting loose.
Oh, yeah.
Saying, "I'm ready."
Chance for a W. Or you have the starter who will be strong for 5 innings, and when the 6th inning comes, starts to check down to the bullpen.
That's right, especially if he has a lead.
They call that Mr. 5 and Fly, and there's been a few of those over the years. Jeff Francoeur with a base hit takes a huge turn. Well, here's our true story. It's brought to you by McDonald's. Saturday, Eric Hosmer, 22 years old, and Mike Moustakas, 23 years old, each hit a solo home run down in Anaheim. It was the first time in franchise history that 2 Kansas City infielders under the age of 24 each homered in a game. They will homer in a game again and again and again. 2 what looked like to be very fine young players. Of course, Hosmer had a terrific year last year. Moustakas struggled a little bit, but the Royals are confident that he's going to be a very fine major league player, and they're probably right. Mike Moustakas.
Well, at least they're not comparing him to George Brett. That's the best thing that happened. Of course, Alex Gordon, as we mentioned last night, he was given that tag as the next George Brett, and he struggled at third, so they moved him in the outfield and put him in a leadoff position. And I don't think George ever hit leadoff. Alex Gordon's a good player. A lot of good young players on this club. There's Hosmer and Gordon.
Well, when you get high draft picks, you got to hit on them. And the gentlemen that you are talking about have all been very high draft picks. Moustakas was the 2nd pick in 2007. Hosmer was the 3rd pick in 2008. Gordon was the 2nd pick in 2005. So those are 3 guys, all in the big leagues, all top 5 picks. 2 of them are well on their way, and Moustakas probably not far behind. Moustakas gets jammed a little bit there toward Cowgill and right. He's got it, and that's out number 1. Drafting in Major League Baseball, it's still tough to do. But if you get a top 5 pick, top 10 pick,
well, or if you get a lot of
picks, to make it work.
A lot of picks in general, and the A's will get several because of departures of several players after last season. But you look at the Tampa Bay Rays, the success they have had as a result of playing poorly down in the standings for so many years, getting top draft choices and drafting very well. They've got an abundance of starting pitchers. They've got, of course, great position players. Longoria, Upton, just to name a couple, but they've done a good job of drafting and signing players.
Yeah, there's a reason why you have all these high picks. I mean, you've been bad for a while,
right.
But it's also giving you a chance to, if you do it right, you can turn it around, and the Rays have certainly done that.
I think the Pirates should have a great team, considering 18 consecutive losing seasons.
Yeah, now that's a situation where they have not drafted. Kane chased it, and the count 1-1.
He chased this so badly that even the home plate umpire, Jim Joyce, made the call. Did not need help from first base umpire.
So 1-1 to Lorenzo Cain, 1 for 14 to start the season. Cain came over from the Milwaukee Brewers in that Zach Greinke trade. The Royals are very high on this young man. Remember last year, Melky Cabrera had the fine year with the Royals, but they traded Cabrera in the offseason with the plan of having Lorenzo Cain, a younger player, take over in center field, and they're going to let him play out there. And he lines a single to left field, his second hit of the season. So 2 on, 1 out for Humberto Quintero.
It's a bat speed by Cain. Watch how quickly this fastball inside corner. Watch how he gets the bat hit through. And we have seen Cespedes on a regular basis, a very quick bat, and boy, Cain showed that one. Remember last night, he was the one that hit the ball to right field. So good idea at the plate. Good fundamental baseball, trying to advance the run as he did last night. Tonight, just showed the real quick bat.
So here's Quintero, who became a Royal during spring training, a late trade in spring training. It's because Salvador Perez, a very fine young catcher, at least the Royals certainly think he's going to be a good one. He was going to be their everyday catcher, but he had knee surgery in spring training, and he's going to be out for about 3 months, which is a blow to the Royals. That's another good young player they have, so they need to go out and get a catcher, and they did. They got Quintero from the Houston Astros.
And a good one. As I mentioned, his throwing ability. If nothing else, he's going to keep the runners close.
Breaking ball in for a strike. Well, the Royals obviously have high hopes this year to continue to head in the right direction. There's a clear favorite in the American League Central, that being the Detroit Tigers. I think they're, well, at least on paper, as we like to say, they are head and shoulders above all the other teams, I think.
Off paper, they're pretty good, too.
Off paper,
because that on paper thing is used, but hey, regardless, they are good.
Questions with the White Sox. The Indians had a nice year last year, faded late, but they feel like they got a pretty good team. Twins are coming off a disastrous year, and they're off to a really slow start. But Tigers division to win, no doubt about that.
Well, Victor Martinez just read he's going to have another surgery on his knee that caused the signing up Prince Fielder, but just think when he comes back. Yeah,
that's what I was going to say. They're the clear-cut favorite, no doubt. Maybe the best team in the American League, who knows? And they lost an all-star in the offseason.
Signed a superstar.
Yeah, they did. 2-2 pitch. Popped up toward Coco Crisp, who's coming in. And he's got it, and that is out number 2.
Well, Graham Godfrey doing again what he has been doing. That's changing speeds, mixing his pitches, and a couple of good breaking balls that he threw to Quintero. Yeah, Quintero, you could say, well, he just missed it, but good breaking ball, especially with a couple of strikes, and he's upset that he probably went back to the dugout singing he just missed it. But out on the front foot, when that happens, you don't generate a lot of power if everything is moving forward, in the way Quintero just showed it.
So here's Chris Getz. Getz, the 9th place hitter. Takes up and away. Getz was in the lineup last night. He went 0 for 3. Last year when the A's played the Royals had Johnny Giavatelli. Is that his name? I think it was at second base. But, so I looked, said, well, he was playing every day for them. What happened? Saw where he That's sent down to the minor leagues in spring training. Again, a fastball high at 89 miles an hour. 2-1 the count.
And of course, they have the Royals have players. Gets been around. He has major league experience. So it's thing is, you could have a good year or so year, and you go to spring training, think you have it made, and next thing you know, you're back in AAA. Sometimes it's easier to get to the big leagues than to stay in the big leagues.
Well, Getz had a fair amount of time in the big leagues with the White Sox in 08 and 09, and this is his third year with the Royals. That one toward right field. Cowgill racing back, still going back, and he makes a terrific running catch, and he saved 2 runs. Colin Cowgill, more defense from the Athletics, and thanks to that great catch, this remains a scoreless game. A's Baseball on Comcast Sportsnet California is brought to you by Wendy's. Taste the original Wendy's Spicy Chicken Sandwich with a whole breast filet and our special blend of 7 tasty spices. Wendy's. Bottom of the second.
We want to thank David Renetti, the Vice President of Stadium Operations for the Athletics, bringing in some chairs. We can actually now see home plate, so that's good.
We got new chairs in the booth, and we're excited.
Or different.
It's all right.
It's all right. They're nice.
Pretty comfortable. Thanks to David Renetti.
How about Colin Cowgill? He's up next, and I'm sure we're going to get to see that great play again. But, boy, the conditions of tonight, the wet grass, the rain, and he got a tremendous jump on a ball that, you're right, saved 2 runs. But
he was playing shallow, and he just took off with his back to home plate.
Another acquisition by Billy Beane during the offseason. They're from Arizona, and Bob Melvin familiar with him, and he said it's got to be on the ball club. He can do so many things, and he just showed he saved 2 runs. And it's one thing Seth Smith would talk about. Said, how are you handling the DH role? And of course, for him, it's like 4 pinch hits, but the difference, just like in Cowgill, you get a chance to play defensively. He may go 0 for 4 tonight. Hope he doesn't, but he saved 2 runs,
yes,
so he's
did.
+2.
Donaldson is retired.
Now here it is again, and boy, this was 2 runs. Getz got it, and Cowgill back to the infield, jumped up and had it all the way. Great concentration again with the rain coming down. So the right fielder tonight, Josh Reddick, getting the night off, as Godfrey says, thank you very much. And of course, this is always a great sign that everybody waits in front of the dugout, and those in the dugout step up to congratulate a player on a nice play, but Josh Reddick last night in the first inning saved a run with a great throw. Landing Bourgeois at third, and tonight he gets the night off, and Cowgill steps in and saves 2 big runs.
So for Cowgill, this is his first at bat. He really has not. He pinch ran in the series in Tokyo. And this is his first playing time. Hosmer had room, kind of peeled off right at the end.
He slipped on the warning track because it is wet and muddy, but he timed it and then reached and, had another step, but still, I would think Ned Yost was saying, I'd rather have your bat in the lineup than you trying to be a hero and running into the stands and hurting yourself. So good play, reach for it, just slipped right at the last instant, and that's what he was dealing with in the warning track.
2-1 to Cowgill. Cowgill coming up with the Diamondbacks, and he was a 5th round pick of the D-backs back in 2008. The year before that, 2007, he was picked by the A's in the 29th round, but did not sign. How about that? 3-1 pitch misses, and Cowgill is aboard. So the A's liked him, obviously, in 2007, liked him enough to draft him, and they ended up getting him in a trade.
And a very smart player took a 3-1 fastball close pitch, and instead of heading to first base, he waited for Jim Joyce to make the call, or a non-call, by calling it a ball, like a pretty close pitch.
So you may be asking the question to yourself at home, well, if Cowgill got drafted by the A's in 2007, why didn't he sign? Well, he was drafted in the 29th round. So maybe he thought, hey, I think if I stay in school and play one more year that I can improve on what round I will get picked in. And that's the case. He waited one more year, and the Diamondbacks took him in the 5th round.
Plus, you could say he's proud of his alma mater, the NCAA champion this year, right? Kentucky.
4 years at Kentucky.
But typically, and we talked about the draft, which comes up the first, let's say the first Tuesday in June. But if you go to a junior college, you can pretty much sign anytime, the 2 years. But if you go to a 4-year school, you have to go at least 3 before you're eligible. So if you're a 3rd-year player and you're drafted, then you do have the option of going back to school, which he did. The signability comes into play.
So if you are out of high school and you're a really, really good player and you want to get to pro ball, the quickest way to do it would be to go to junior college.
No, to sign.
To sign out of high school, yeah.
Right.
If you decide not to.
Right.
You could play 1 year in junior college and be eligible for the draft.
I think Barry Zito, remember,
he bounced around.
He went to various schools, exactly.
But I remember Alex Fernandez, a very fine pitcher for the White Sox. I think I got the story right, but he went to the University of Miami his freshman year and had a great freshman year. And he said, well, I'm ready for pro ball, but I can't get drafted for 2 more years. So instead of going back to Miami, he went to junior college for 1 year. Was still a 1st-round draft pick after going to junior college, and he got to pro ball a year quicker.
Yep.
University of Miami probably wasn't real thrilled with that, but he was doing it. Wasn't doing anything wrong.
But it's a good school, warm weather school.
Yeah, I think he went to the Miami Junior College right down the street.
There it is.
Quick throw.
Yep. Well, these are the scouting reports that the teams get. The A's know that Quintero does this exactly, and this is a pre-planned play. You have a sign with the first baseman, so you're not surprised. In this case, Eric Hosmer, and he's ready. Ball is in the dirt, handle it nicely. But nothing else. Young man keeps the runners close at first base, and Being a left-handed pitcher, Duffy keeps him close himself.
We'll count now to Derek Barton, who went 0 for 3 in his first game back in the lineup last night. Anthony Recker waiting for his first at-bat of 2012. He's in the on-deck circle. See if Cowgill runs. He does, and Barton hits a high pop-up foul, headed for the second level.
Yeah, Derek Barton has a good eye, which means he does not swing a lot of bad pitches, and this is a perfect scenario where you want out, runner first, trying to stay out of 2 and put the runner in motion. And I always think it's a great play to put on, because it does put pressure on the hitter. You have to make sure you make contact or take a pitch if it's a ball.
Barton drives one right center field. That's hit pretty well. Kane on the move, still on the move, and he makes the catch right in front of the wall. See if they got a chance to double up the runner. The throw is in time, and Cowgill is out. Cowgill had rounded second. He was on his way to third, and he had a scramble back, could not get back in time. What a play by Lorenzo Kane in center field. Well, Derek Barton hit it a ton, but well, what a play by Lorenzo Kane.
Cowgill did it the previous inning, top of the inning, and now Kane does it. Looked like a ball. Good shot by Barton, but Kane just ran it down. Cowgill thought it was going to drop. He got to second base, headed to third, and there's the great play. Banged into the wall. Kane got it back in, so 8-4-3 on the double play. Cowgill thought he had a chance to score, but Kane thought otherwise, and that's a great play. He was running on the pitch, got to second base, rounded, thinking it's going to drop, and he's done. There's no way he's going to retrace his steps and get back quickly enough, but it's one of those he thought he could read perfectly, but it was not the case. So he tried to score a run that he helped save 2, but he's still +2.
So it's the top of the third inning, and it will be the top of the order for the Royals. Gordon, Escobar, and Hosmer against Godfrey. Godfrey has allowed a couple of hits. He's walked one, has not struck anybody out. And he's thrown 35 pitches in the first 2 innings. Gordon led off the game with a walk. Still looking for his first hit.
Friday night would be a perfect time to get it.
This one hit hard, but right at Cowgill in right field. So out number 1.
And those are the frustrating hits. And, of course, a lot of times they don't show up in the box score. The line drives that are atom balls right at somebody. But he'll take it. Graham Godfrey, great defensive play to help save a couple of runs, and the atom ball by Gordon.
So here's Escobar, who going to fly ball to right field. First pitch is inside. The Royals obviously like Alcides Escobar. They gave him a nice contract extension. Godfrey off the mound. Underhand just in time to get Escobar. Escobar got a 4-year contract extension. So he's going to be the Royals shortstop for a while.
And rightfully so. He's got a cannon. He can throw deep in the hole. Saw it last night. Tries to push a button. Nice play by Godfrey. Instead of overhand the throw, little shuttle underneath. You're talking about Salvador Perez. They signed him through 2016.
Yep.
That's how much they thought about him. And young catcher, and he'll be back.
Well, they have signed some people. Perez and Escobar, and of course Alex Gordon signed a 4-year contract extension. So they're doing their best to keep these young players around for a while anyways. Hosmer's retired, and that's a 3-up, 3-down inning for Graham Godfrey. He needed just 6 pitches to do that.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Aquafina water break. Be sure to try.
Brought to you by AT&T. Name the 3 ace pitchers to throw a complete game, 1 hitter against the Royals. 3 ace pitchers have done it. Anthony Recker steps in for his first at-bat this season. He'll be followed by Pennington, and then the top of the order Weeks against Danny Duffy. Good changeup from Duffy, and Recker swings and misses.
I have a feeling maybe the A's pitching coach, Kurt Young, he was good. He had one. So I'm just taking a wild guess. I think Corey Lido pitched well. Late Corey Lido. And a nice string of games, scoreless games. We'll find out. These questions are getting a little bit tougher, a little more tricky.
17 games last season for Anthony Recker.
What's that? Did Callahan forget to turn off the stadium PA?
We just heard something. I'm not sure who it was or what was said come across the public address system.
But we'll tell you this, whether it's on the speaker or not, by purchasing an A's season ticket plan, you will lock in the lowest price on tickets. They did. Look at them. With the umbrella looking great. A's season tickets allow you the flexibility to customize your own plan Choose premium games when the A's take on the Giants, Red Sox, Yankees, or go for some of the season's fantastic promotional days like the popular Fireworks games. Lock in and save today. For more information, call 510-638-GO-ACE or visit oaklandathletics.com/season tickets.
With Pennington. 3 for 19 to start the season. Duffy looks pretty good so far. 3 strikeouts.
Well, he threw fastballs early, the first 4 or 5 hitters. Now all of a sudden gets down to Recker, and now Pennington. He's featuring a very nice curveball.
Liner on 0-2. Pennington shoots one toward right center. Kane is able to cut it off, get it back in quickly, but Pennington on an 0-2 pitch with a double.
Fastball right down the middle, just after some excellent curveballs, and Cliff Pennington protecting beautifully with a couple of strikes, and Kane could not outrun that one. Nice swing by Pennington from the right side. There's a switch hitter, so a 1-out double on an 0-2 fastball. Duffy had thrown nothing but strikes to Recker and Pennington, but he made the mistake of throwing a fastball. Isn't it amazing? You go to the plate and say, you figure you're going to get at least one fastball, but then they drop 2 curveballs and say, well, yeah, maybe I'll throw it. Tried to sneak it by him. Can't do it.
So Pennington now 4 hits on the year, and a couple of them are doubles. Here's Weeks. 1 out. Chance for the A's to take the lead. Fastball inside corner strike. Danny Duffy's first major league win last year came on the 14th of June, and it was right here in Oakland. He was called up from AAA, pickoff, and they're going to get it right. A perfectly executed pickoff between the pitcher and second baseman Chris Getz, and usually pickoff plays are pretty close. That was not even close. No. Pennington out.
Well, the top of your screen, Getz near the bag, and wow, that's amazing, because usually in a situation like that, if you're a runner at second base, the shortstop is the responsibility of the third base coach, because you really can't see him. So, but you can watch the second base yourself. It's like you didn't even know he was there. So that was strange, but a very well executed play. Nice hitting anyway.
0-2 pitch fouled by Weeks.
Oh, he might have been thinking about stealing.
He was going.
Yeah, he was thinking about stealing, and once he made the move and then trying to get back, maybe slipped a little bit, but the momentum heading towards third, there's no way he's going to get back.
Big chopper slowly hit toward Getz, and that will do it for the A's. So we are through 3 from rainy O.Co Coliseum. No score. AT&T Trivia. Answer. Name the 3 ace pitchers to throw a complete game one-hitter versus the Royals. Is Kurt Young on there? Oh, yes, he is. Vita Blue, Kurt Young, and Bobby Witt.
Oh, yes, Bobby. That's right. There's Kevin Seitzer. According to DeLarge Lures, broke up the no-no by Kurt Young. Kevin was good. He was a member of the Athletics as well.
Spray the ball all over the place.
Oh,
huh?
Yeah. So he got 200 hits in his rookie season with the Royals. There's Cy Young, better known as wonderful A's pitching coach Kurt Young. Kevin Seitzer, 2-out single in the 7th.
Well, we got to ask Kurt about that. I don't remember.
I don't know. He may not. He's got Graham Godfrey on his mind right now.
Yeah, we'll ask him on the airplane Thursday.
You know, one thing, he's a good golfer. Young is a very good golfer. Maybe that's why our partner Ken Korak had knee replacement, so he could get his golf score down.
Mr. Korak likes his golf as well.
Oh, yeah. We wish Ken the best, recovering from the knee replacement. So, hope he is doing well.
Butler a liner, and that's fair. Just out of the reach of Donaldson into the left field corner. So Billy Butler, who is a doubles machine, he's got one here leading off the 4th inning. Butler with the double. That gets us to our Farmers Insurance Report card. Has to do with Butler and the doubles. Since 2009, he has 141 doubles. That's the most in the majors. Now, he's got good power. He'll hit home runs, but he's a doubles guy, and you can knock in runs with doubles as well.
I think the whole Royals club last year was a doubles machine. Talking to Jeff Francoeur, and he brought up a good point when it was Atlanta. Hit home runs and kind of got in that habit of trying to hit home runs because everybody wanted him to. He said, I kind of like my year last year, about 20 home runs, 47 doubles, 280, 290. Absolutely, because you can drive in a lot of runs with doubles. You go gap to gap, which these guys can do it.
So you're saying you'll take this year 285, 47 doubles, 4 triples, 20 homers, 87 RBIs, and 22 stolen bases. That's Jeff Francoeur from last year. That's a good year. 153 games played.
And one of the best arms from right field you'll find, at least in the American League. Of course, the A's have gotten a chance to see Josh Reddick. There's no doubt he's there, but Francoeur, you don't even run on him. He and Ichiro, guys, that balls hit to them, you just shut it down.
I mean, Francoeur has been around a long time. This is his 7th year in the major leagues, but he's only 28 years old. When he came up with the Braves, he was just 21 years old. It just looked like he was going to be a star.
You know, he was talking about his weight. He looks thin. He's about 210 pounds, but he said he was at 240. And he dropped to 30 pounds, and he said he got so bulked up from weightlifting because they wanted him to hit home runs.
Look at that. Just a little flip job to right, and that's going to fall for a hit. Butler will stop at third. The ball goes all the way through to record. So Francoeur, whether he was trying to hit the ball to the right side or not, he just flipped that one. Little lob wedge over the first baseman, and it's going to be a hit.
Well, a great approach, if nothing else, to move the runner. And looked like Calgill, he's playing relatively shallow, came in strongly and ball just in front of him. But I think it was one of those that maybe better ground. He might have had a better chance to get to it. Calgill goes back, as we saw, goes back very well and comes in on the ball.
So first and third, nobody out for Mike Moustakas. Well, last night the Royals, being shut out, were 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position. You know, the Royals were shut out opening night in Anaheim as well, so twice in their first 4 games. A pretty good offense has been shut out, but they have a chance to get on the board here in the top of the 4th. And that one's driven center field. Cespedes on the move, still on the move, and it's off his glove, and it settles at the base of the wall. 1 run scores, they're going to hold the back runner, Francoeur. He had to make sure the ball popped out of the glove of Cespedes. And the Royals lead 1-0. So Butler comes in to score easily. Francoeur stops at third.
That ball carried, best location, supposed to be inside, left it out over the plate, and Moustakas hit it well, and that ball hit in the heel of the glove of Cespedes. And again, as we have mentioned, he uses a rather large glove, as outfielders do, but see, he just did not look it into the webbing of his glove.
So double, single, double, and the Royals are on the board for the first time in this series. Well, last night, Royals, their last hit in that game came in the 3rd inning. They did not get a hit after the 3rd. So Lorenzo Cain will hit. This is not Lorenzo Cain. It's Mitch Meyer.
Yeah, well, he banged himself into the wall in center field, and we could see him kind of wincing a little bit as he ran off the field, but did not know it would force him out of the game.
Well, he's still in the dugout. Breaking ball in the first inning. So Mitch Meyer hitting here in the 4th inning. Meyer pinch hit last night against Balfour in the 9th inning and was able to draw a walk. A little looper to short. Pennington comes in. He's got it.
It's a big out.
It is a big out.
Well, this is a great play that Lorenzo Cain made. Turned out to be a double play, but watch as he makes the play. Cannot stop himself. Instead, warning track, bang. Right into the wall. And the double play, but he was kind of limping and wincing as he ran off the field after the double play. So he did something, and he's okay. But when you're sitting by the trainer, that says something. It's good talent. Meanwhile, the A's can bring their infield in and try to cut down another run after a very good pitch to Mitch Meyer.
Montero, the hitter, swings at a first pitch breaking ball, fouls it back. Montero hit a fly ball to Coco Crisp in the 2nd inning. Godfrey ahead in the count 0-2.
But unfortunately, he's missing location again, as he did to Moustakas, and then this last pitch was supposed to be inside, sailed outside. Uncharacteristic of Graham Godfrey. Of course, his first start, there was no doubt maybe feeling a little bit of the first game jitters, but first inning relatively smooth, and struggled in the 2nd. Great play by Cowgill, and he's given up a run in this inning.
Chris Getz, a left-handed hitter, waiting in the on-deck circle. Toward Cowgill. Francoeur tags. Cowgill has it. Here comes Francoeur. The throw is just a bit late. Good throw right on home plate, but just a shade late. Francoeur slides in safely, and it's a sacrifice fly for Montero. 2-0 Royals. Francoeur runs pretty well, and coming home all the way.
That ball carried far enough, and you're right, Cowgill, strong arm. Probably the hop a little bit too soon. It'd been nice if it carried about another 15 feet before the first hop, but into the ground at about 30 to 40 feet from the catcher, actually 90 feet as it hit right around the first base bag. But the problem for Graham Godfrey, being a fly ball pitcher, you'd figure that with the infield in, didn't work out. 8 fly ball outs the first 2 innings, and in this inning, 1 out, actually 2 outs, but the other one's in the air as well. The hits.
Moustakis is now at third base. Rain continues to come down just ever so slightly. Coco Crisp in left field is under it. He's got it side retired. 2 runs on 3 hits and a sacrifice fly. Bottom of the 4th coming up. The Royals take a 2-0 lead.
Fans, if you want to have Kurt Suzuki on your wall at home, 7,500 kids will receive a Fathead Cling of the A's catcher presented by America Bank when the A's host the Cleveland Indians Friday, April the 20th. For more information and tickets, go to oaklandathletics.com/tickets. Fathead?
Yep.
I don't think he's got a.
No, it's.
I know. It's just it's something that you just put on the wall.
Doesn't sound nice, but it really is a good gift. Yeah. Mitch Meyer in center field. He pinch hit for Kane. Crisp, Cespedes, Gomes against Danny Duffy. Duffy with 3 strikeouts. He's allowed just 1 hit, and he's walked a couple so far in the game. Right at 50 pitches. A lot of talk about the young players the Royals have. Position player. Duffy's a big part of when the Royals talk about their young players. They think he's a centerpiece for their pitching staff. Just 23 years old. 3rd round pick in 2007. Shutdown innings last year. This ball is high. Duffy signed out of high school. Plenty of time in the minor leagues.
You heard of the town in California?
Well, I know it's close enough where last year when he pitched here, he had all kinds of friends and family. 3-1 fastball. Crisp one after 3-2.
About 100 on the pass list. Came to watch him, family and friends.
Well, he won 4 games last year, and he beat the A's twice. Made 20 starts for the Royals. Called him up in the middle of May.
Well, it might be the best conditioned pitcher, maybe in the league. I don't know. A lot of pitchers do a lot of running. Out yesterday during the batting practice, even while the A's were hitting, he was running the stairs at the Coliseum. And you run stairs, you're in pretty good shape.
Yes.
Mike Swanson.
Was he running the stairs?
No, Swanee was just watching.
Escobar. There's out Coco Crit. No stairs for Swan. Time now for the Subway Eat Fresh Ask Glenn and Ray question. Log on to csncalifornia.com to post your question. Teresa from Oakland asked a very legitimate question. Are catchers now wearing
What do you mean
fingernail
legitimate
polish?
question?
Well, I think the reason she asked is that maybe she saw a catcher wearing fingernail polish.
Oh, I like these fingers. Well, this is simply a matter. This is Kurt Suzuki's right hand and Brian Pena. And basically what they're doing by painting their fingernails, saying their pitchers can't see. So they're making sure when they give signs at the pitchers, and you know, you have to realize that when you give a sign as a catcher, the idea is to conceal it from everybody except your pitcher. And so there's a certain way you do it, but sometimes a pitcher can't see the fingers being put down. And so you paint fingernails. Normally you put tape around the first knuckle.
So it's not a style thing. There's a good reason for it. Cespedes flies out to right field.
Especially from Brian Pena. I mean, come on, look at this finger. But see, at least Kurt Suzuki, see, Pena's kind of a half. And you know, this is a bad sign there with the thumb, because that means the pitcher has a lot of pitches if catcher puts fingernail polish on a thumb. But it's simply to help the pitcher see the signs that we get.
I've seen catchers use white tape, right?
On the knuckles? Yeah.
So good question, and guys dug up some footage which helped our answer.
But I don't know that, talking down to the staff downstairs, Bruce, Brian, or even the trainers, if they have fingernail polish remover. I hope so by the end of the game.
I bet they do. 1-1 to Johnny Gomes, hitting in the cleanup spot. A breaking ball from Duffy. So 1-2. Gomes struck out swinging to end the first inning. A's have just the one hit. Pennington's double in the third, but he was picked off second. Good night for foul balls. Small crowd. Plenty of room to track it down.
Tell the real fans are coming out in the rain and sticking around long enough for the game to start.
Fastball 94 on the outside corner, strike 3 called. That's strikeout number 4 for Danny Duffy, and the Royals lead 2-0. Baseball on Comcast Sportsnet California is brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort. Swing away for big league cash only at Cache Creek. Visit CacheCreek.com for details. Umbrella night at the Coliseum as the Royals lead the A's 2-0, top of the 5th inning. Clay Wood, our great groundskeeper, man in charge. He will talk with the umpires periodically through the evening.
Well, this is not something, I mean, I'm sure Clay is telling Jim, telling Jim Joyce, this is fine, we're not going to get any more rain, because he knows that his club is trailing, and this game is an official in 1 inning, and the A's are trailing 2-0. So the A's need the full game to try to come back.
Clay's a team player.
Yes, he is. Yeah, he's definitely a team player, and you know the professionalism of these umpires. Jim Joyce, one of the good guys. There's Clay Wood, the head groundskeeper, and keeping Jim Joyce and doing what's happening weather-wise. But you know, then the umpires start the game. They don't want to get 5 innings and say, okay, if it rains, we'll put the tarp on. They want to play 9, give both teams an opportunity to have the full complement of at-bats. No time limit. Outs.
First pitch to Alex Gordon, leadoff man, is just a little bit high. Gordon, Escobar, Hosmer. Top 3 for Graham Godfrey. Good pitch there, changeup. Godfrey gave up a couple of runs on 3 hits in that 4th inning. But I'm sure manager, pitching coach happy with what they've seen so far from Godfrey. He is the number 4 starter for the Athletics. Jamal Weeks, outfield grass in time, and that's out number 1. Time now for our Geico quote of the game. Bob Melvin, the manager, talks about the return of A's pitching coach Kurt Young.
About as easy as you could get. We were hoping that you know, based on what happened in Boston and a new manager coming in, there would be a window of time that potentially we could get him back here. You know, truly an Oakland A guy who played here for a long time, has coached here in the system, been a big league pitching coach for quite a while. You know, like just one little 1-year hiatus and back here, great fit. And you know, like I said, we're really happy to be able to bring him back.
Well, we're happy he's back. He's one of the good guys in baseball.
Yeah. Well, good guy, but knowledgeable. Like Bob said, good player for the years with the Athletics and, of course, the 89 championship team. And then to be able to teach something that you were good at. That's always a specialty for a major league player, whether a position player or a pitcher. Sometimes you can play the game, but you can't teach it. Observe and be able to pick up flaws and help out.
1-2 to Escobar. That one runs up and in, foul back. More action for Weeks. And that's out number 2. Well, unfortunately for Kurt, he had to live through the September nightmare for the Boston Red Sox last year.
Number 35, Eric.
But he will talk to you about it.
8-20?
7-20.
7-20?
Yeah. I'm sure he still tries to figure out what the heck happened.
You actually talked to him about it?
Oh, sure.
Really?
Of course, then he told me to take a hike.
Yeah, I think so.
So maybe it wasn't a great idea to bring it up. Maybe I shouldn't have said, Kurt, what the heck happened in September?
Well, the 64 Phillies got off the hook.
Yeah, that's true.
Without it.
And so did the 2011 Braves, right?
Well, exactly. You know, that's the amazing thing. Braves didn't fire their manager. Everybody stayed intact. They just collapsed like the Red Sox, but nobody said anything.
But as far as how far you were ahead in the wild card standings, the Braves collapse was just as big as the Red Sox collapse.
Exactly. Their big closer had opportunity after opportunity. Couldn't make it happen.
1-2 to Hosmer. Now 2-2. Hosmer, a fly ball in the left field, a grounder to third, so he's 0 for 2 in the game. 0 for 4 in the series. He did walk a couple times last night. Pokes that one foul.
That's the sign of a good hitter right there. Just to know that curveball backdoor coming in, and good pitch by Graham Godfrey, and right at the last instant Hosmer recognized that it's going to be a strike and just flicked at it, stayed alive.
And Weeks is going to take care of all 3 hitters. 4-3, 4-3, 4-3. Bottom of the 5th coming up. A's down by 2. Josh Donaldson to lead it off for the A's in the bottom of the 5th inning. Royals 2, A's nothing. He's trying to get something going against the young lefty Danny Duffy. Donaldson grounded out to second in the 2nd inning. He's 2 for 11 with an RBI to start this season. Breaking ball stays high. 2-1.
Well, Graham Godfrey, 5 solid innings, giving up just 2 runs, and unfortunately the A's just the 1 hit. Duffy has been pitching well. Maybe all those people we saw in the last inning standing and clapping part of his pass list.
That's right.
Family.
.6'3", 205 pounds, Danny Duffy. So they got Duffy, a lefty, Bruce Chan, a lefty, who the A's will see tomorrow, Jonathan Sanchez, a lefty, so they got 3 lefties in their rotation.
Hochevar's done a good job in their first, his first game.
Swing and a miss. Good fastball, and that's strikeout number 5 for Duffy.
Celebrate Earth Day with Mendocino Redwood Company by going green. Get a redwood seedling at the Athletic Museum on Sunday, April 22nd from Mendocino Redwood Company. The environmentally sustainable choice for beautiful decks and fences, available only at the Home Depot.
One out here in the bottom of the fifth. Cowgill takes high down in Arlington tonight. Another pitching story for the Texas Rangers is Neftali Feliz made his first major league start. It's a big story for the Rangers, moving their closer into the rotation. And it worked tonight. Neftali Feliz went 7 shutout innings, gave up just 4 hits through 108 pitches, and the Rangers beat the Mariners 1-0. Joe Nathan came in, got the save. Rangers got a run in the second inning, and that was it.
And the Mariners scored 4 in the first inning last night against Yu Darvish, and 1 more not much later, maybe the next inning, and haven't scored since.
Huh. So Texas now 4-1 with their win. Seattle 3-3 with the loss. A little bit high to Cowgill, who walked in the second inning.
Well, I asked Ron Washington about Neftali Feliz putting him in the rotation, and he said, I'm going to put him the back end. And if we have an off day, let him gradually get into the rotation, building up the arm strength.
3-1 pitch is high. This was that game for Danny Duffy on June 14th of last year when he picked up his first major league win.
Lucky. Same way tonight.
He does.
I don't think it's changed much. Maybe put on a pound or two. Maybe
got a little older.
Yeah.
He also pitched September 6th. Pitched into the 7th inning. So he was 4-8 last year. ERA of 5.5. A couple of wins against the Athletics. Here's Derek Barton. The biggest play of the game for the Royals defensively was on Derek Barton in the second inning. He had a long drive to center field that Lorenzo Cain made a terrific play on, and then got it back in, and they were able to double off Cowgill at first base. So Barton 0 for 1, a long out. So you were talking about Ron Washington saying, hey, we'll protect Neftali Feliz some.
Yep.
Probably a good idea.
He's got some good guys to put in the rotation. Gondo went back to the bullpen. He was the rotation last year. Yu Darvish coming over, and the Rangers was able to sign him, posting fee plus be able to sign him.
Two 2-0 to Barton. Should get a pitch to hit. And he did, and he popped it up high into the rainy sky. Stockus at third has it. So that's out number 2 here in the 5th inning. Now the Angels had the day off. They are in Minnesota. They had the Twins home opener yesterday and won. And that's scheduling that they do with the day off after the team's home opener. Actually in bad weather cities this time of year, in case the home opener does get rained out. Tough to predict the weather, though. They're doing that in Colorado as well, where the Rockies and the Giants opened up yesterday, off day today. And I talked to my brother, and he said, you could not ask for nicer weather in Denver today.
I know.
And we don't have a game. It was 70 degrees, sunshine, and here it's raining. The White Sox and the Indians did get weather issues today. Postponed, rain and cold. That game in Cleveland. Not announced a makeup day yet. Well, those are 2 division teams, so they'll have plenty of opportunities to make up that rain out in Cleveland today.
Good to see Adam Dunn swinging the bat
a little
better, and he had a home run the opening day last year. This year, as we mentioned, but he's got to be happy that last year is over and start a new season. Nothing better than a cold, rainy rainout in downtown Cleveland.
Oh man.
I've been there during the summer. I've been there during the winter, and it can get ugly regardless of when you're there.
3-1 changeup, just a bit low. Good take by Recker.
Yeah, that was he was right on. If no more than he's played to be able to take the 3-1 changeup. But it says a lot, you know, for Duffy, and Dave Allen's going to pay him a visit, but Duffy's fastball has been spectacular, and not a lot of movement as you would typically see from a left-hander, but sharp curveball, but not a lot of changeups, and definitely saw one to Recker. And maybe that shocked him, thinking, you know, no more than he's played. Just his first start and second at bat. Struck him out on 3 pitches his first at bat. Maybe sitting fastball, and there comes a changeup. He took it like he knew it was coming.
Here's Pennington trying to get the A's on the board. So good speed with Cowgill at second. Recker at first. Pennington with a double to right center in the third. Still the only hit in the game for the Athletics. Fastball right there. .82 pitches for Danny Duffy. Last year, Duffy was actually on a pitch called a strike outside. He was actually on an innings limit because he got to that innings limit in September and they shut him down.
Well, see where this one is, just barely on the corner, on the block maybe. 7-inch wide plate plus.
Big breaking ball. Pennington strikes out. He's probably not happy with the 0-1 pitch, but it is strikeout number 6 for Danny Duffy. Sharks travel to St. Louis for Game 1 against the Blues Thursday. They are ready to go. Coverage begins 4 p.m. with Sharks pregame live. Complete Sharks coverage every night on Sportsnet Central and CSNCalifornia.com. The home of Sharks hockey's Comcast Sportsnet. So best of 7 series. Sharks and Blues get started again Thursday afternoon, 4 o'clock. So game 1 on Thursday, game 2 on Saturday afternoon, also at 4, also in St. Louis, and then games 3 and 4 will be back in San Jose Monday and Thursday of next week. So good luck to the Sharks. 7th seed in the Western Conference, playing the 2 seed St. Louis Blues. Billy Butler to lead it off against Graham Godfrey in the 6th inning. Butler got that 2-run 4th inning started with a double. He's 1 for 6 in the series. And he is 4 for 17 on the year. That one bounced right over the bag, over Godfrey's head, and then over the bag. And Butler is 2 for 3. So hit number 6 for Kansas City.
Just a very good hitter and got a high fastball, and the OPFP right back over the head of Graham Godfrey and could not handle the pitch or the ground ball. So Butler again starts it. I still think you can look at a 25-30 home run guy. It's just what does he do the other 550 plate appearances, and Butler is proof that he can do something besides just home runs.
Francoeur rips one foul. He got a breaking ball on the first pitch. Swing like that on a first pitch breaking ball, it makes you think he was looking for it. Blevin starts to throw. 76 is the pitch count for Graham Godfrey. Bacon Tuesday here at the Coliseum. Has a little bit to do with Jeff Francoeur. I wish I could explain it to you a little bit better. We heard about it earlier in the game. Just not quite sure what it's all about.
Maybe Shooty knows.
Shooty Babbitt back in the studio will break down Bacon Tuesday here at the Coliseum. Sounds good, doesn't it?
Where?
Right out there, right field. Francoeur is 2 for 2, 2 singles. He scored a run. Swing and a miss. Chased a bad pitch. 1-2. Tigers won again today. 5-2. Here's the pitch.
That's a good location of breaking ball. Started outside, went even farther outside. Never like to see a hitter be able to adjust on a good breaking ball.
That breaking ball hung a little bit. Pop foul. Tigers won 5-2 over the Rays. So Detroit starting the season 4-0. Game was tied at 2 into the 8th, and the Tigers scored 3 times in the bottom of the 8th. So Detroit off to a terrific start. Koch, the winner. Valverde got his first save. Austin Jackson had a home run, so he's off to a good start. You know, I was thinking about the Tigers, and of course the 2 big guys in the middle. You know they're going to have great years, but just stretching out that whole lineup. If Austin Jackson has a good year where he's able to get on base and cause some damage, boy, oh boy, you put anybody on base in front of the 2 big guys.
Yeah, well, even Alex Avila, kind of the unsung hero, the catcher, the all-star, who did a big 3-run walk-off home run over the weekend, Sunday. Of course, they have the ace, Justin Verlander, MVP Cy Young Award from last year. And I think probably just as important, they have Jim Leyland's manager. The A's, Bob Melvin, very good. And there's no doubt managers who are respected in the game. And the A's are fortunate to have Bob Melvin in that capacity. And there's no doubt Jim Leyland at the top. Tony Russe retired after last year. Bobby Cox is out. Joe Torre's out. So Jim Leyland kind of one of the last. Mike Scioscia, been around a while.
Well, I think Tiger fans will be having a good time this year. Tigers won the division last year, running away. They won the Central by 15 games last year, and they are heavily favored to win it again this year. 3-2 the count to Francoeur.
Amazing thing about the Tigers and Valverde, he went the entire season, postseason included, without blowing a save, and he blew one the first game this year.
Opening day. Baseball's great.
Well, I figured Butler's going to be moving. Be surprised if he doesn't.
Takes off, swing and a miss. Recker's throw is there. Weeks hangs on, and it's a strike him out, throw him out, double play. So Anthony Recker comes up throwing. He had just enough time, and he gets Butler.
Well, first of all, you have to get the strikeout, which they got, and then Jamal Wicks, a great job of staying in. That ball just kind of drifted into the base runner. And Jamal Weeks, probably a little bit lighter than the big old Billy Butler running to second base.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like Jamal's chances in that collision.
But he's smart. Yeah, the collision, no, but to make the play, the tag, and get the heck out of there. Excellent play by Jamal.
Here's Mike Moustakas. Drives one toward right. Cowgill back. Warning track. Reaches up. Makes the catch. Side retired. Leadoff single. But no damage done as strike him out, throw him on, double play. A big piece of that inning. Bottom of the sixth coming up. Light freeze cam. Coors Light Freeze Cam is brought to you by Frostproof. Coors Light is the world's most refreshing beer. Well,
I thought the fingernails would be in there for the Coors Light Freeze Cam. You know, showing the catcher.
Well, what you did see is lots of raindrops.
Well, Delaire said that was last night, but we showed it tonight. So that could qualify.
Top of the order for the A's, trying to get something going against Danny Duffy. The A's scored just one run last night. No runs on one hit tonight through the first 5.
Well, at 86 pitches, so you see a guy who's pitching as well as Duffy is, you start thinking maybe get the pitch count up and take a chance of the bullpen. Not to say that the bullpen is going to be any easier, but so far Danny Duffy has done his job and impressed his pass list tonight. That's pretty much it. 10,000 plus the announced attendance, 10,670 announced tonight.
We are going to get some action down in that Royals bullpen. Young Crow, very good young right-handed reliever, is up. 2-2 to Weeks, who is 0 for 2. Fouled out to first and grounded to second, so he's hit a couple balls to the right side against Danny Duffy.
Jerry Blevins not up last inning, and now Brian Fuentes is up. I think Blevins was up previously.
Popped up. Again in foul territory is Hosmer, and he hangs with it, and he makes the catch. So Weeks has fouled out to the first baseman twice in this game.
Now batting, left fielder, number 4.
So here's Coco Crisp. The Yankees won tonight 5-4. They had to go to extra innings in Baltimore, 12 innings to be exact.
And Raul Ibanez, their offseason acquisition after the Phillies decided not to bring him back. And the Yankees got him for a very, very small amount for the veteran Raul Ibanez, and uses the left-handed DH.
We're going to see Raul Ibanez if he's healthy. We're going to look at his numbers in September and go, wow, he's really had a good year. That's my call.
He always does.
He does. He's a good player still, and now playing in New York.
And there's no nicer guy in the game than Raul Ibanez. He's one of the class guys.
He had a double in the 12th inning that broke the 4-4 tie. Jeter led off the game with a home run. So the Yankees.
That was a ground rule double by Ibanez. Probably would have scored another one had it not bounced over the fence. As Joe Angel says, at the yards.
The yards. I'm going to remember that. We'll call it the yards.
Yeah.
We'll be there soon.
Oriole Park at Camden Yards.
So the Yankees, after losing their first 3 games, have went back-to-back. Red Sox lost. The Blue Jays 7, Boston 3. Kyle Drabek got the win. He's in that Blue Jays rotation. Doug Drabek's son. So slow start for the Red Sox. They're 1-4. Fastball, swing and a miss by Crisp.
Well, A's fans come to the Coliseum Sunday, April the 22nd, when the A's play the Indians. 7,500 kids will receive an A's mini license plate, and it's driven by Chevrolet. Let your kids show they're the #1 A's fans on the block. For more information and tickets, go to oaklandathletics.com/tickets. Get Jack one of those mini license plates for his bicycle.
Just got a new bike, so he's psyched.
Put a mini A's license plate on it and can ride around the block. And I wouldn't think he's going to ride to school, but around the block would be
He
fun.
wants to, but that's probably not going to be allowed.
I don't think so.
Cespedes, a walk and a fly out. 0 for 1. Fastball right there. Over in the National League, the Mets lost for the first time this year. Houston beat the Mets. Just foul. St. Louis won again. They're off to a terrific start. They are 5-1. Defending world champs.
New manager Mike Matheny. The Astros right behind him. The Houston Astros will be moving to the American League West division next year.
Yeah, we don't want them to get too good just yet, do we? Come on. So we'll be going to Houston next year.
They're going to get good because they've got one of those big contracts for TV coming up
yes,
pretty
they
soon
do.
as well.
They got a biggie that's going to start. So they'll be in pretty good shape financially. Breaking ball stays high. 2-2 to Cespedes.
Quintero that time put his catcher's mitt on the ground. Wanted the curveball from Duffy. In the dirt, on the ground. And Duffy a little bit upset with himself for not getting it down. Hung one, but hung it up too high. I wonder if he might have slipped a little bit because he's doing a lot of stretching behind the dugout, the pitcher's mound.
Fastball and good swing by Cespedes. Maybe got in on him just a little bit.
Well, the bat speed's there, and good at bat for him, but he's got the count of 2-2 and fouled one straight back. That's always a good sign.
That one down the left field line. It is just foul.
If it had hit the foul pole, it would have knocked it down.
Yeah.
That's how hard it was hit. Tried to go back inside with the same fastball and left it out. He just hooked it a little bit too much.
Another fastball, another good swing.
They keep challenging him and let him keep extending his arms, flirting with danger.
Eighth pitch of the at-bat coming up to Cespedes. And you had a feeling at some point he was going to get the breaking ball, and he got one there. Swings and misses. 8 strikeouts for Danny Duffy, 2 here in the 6th inning. We're on to the 7th. We got an argument. We'll talk about it when we come back.
By Bob Melvin, if and the pitch from Duffy, a curveball in the dirt, swing and a miss. This ball clearly hit in the dirt, and Quintero came up like he caught it. And if it's a foul tip, does Jim Joyce give the sign? No, but watch, this ball bounces right there. So he came up with it, but it made it indicate, well, when Quintero tagged Cespedes, that would indicate that he caught the ball in the dirt, but he had to tag him because it was a third strike. But usually if it's a foul tip, the umpire will give the old slide of the hands. So Jim Joyce did not do that. Maybe Cespedes thought he did foul it, but did not look like he did. So Jerry Blevins is the A's pitcher.
When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change, tune-up, and smog experts. 3rd game for Jerry Blevins. For the A's, this is their 6th game. He faces Meyer, Quintero, and Getz. That one's hit to right, and it's hit well. Cowgill is at the wall, and that baby is gone. Mitch Meyer with a solo home run. 3-0 Kansas City.
Well, it never fails, does it? The guy comes in as a substitute and facing the lefty after the righty departed, and Jerry Blevins left one up on the inner half of the plate, and danger zone. Even though lefty on lefty, trying to get it down and away, left it up and in, and home run at 89 miles per hour.
So here's Berto Quintero. For the Royals, that's their 5th home run on the season, and this is their 5th game. That one just a bit outside. 2-0. Graham Godfrey, first start here in 2012. 6 innings, 6 hits, 2 runs. Walked and a strikeout, so pretty good outing for Godfrey. 85 pitches. So when will we see Graham Godfrey again? I believe in Seattle. Is that correct? Sunday, according to the A's notes. It would be Godfrey. So the walk to Quintero. Jerry Blevins has come in, gave up a home run and a walk.
Now batting, number 17, Chris.
So here's the 9th man in the order, Chris Getz. Getz was robbed in the 2nd inning by Colin Cowgill. Cowgill raced back near the warning track and made a very nice play. Getz was thinking he had a 2-run double.
So did we.
Cowgill said, I don't think so. Trevor Cahill made his first start tonight for the Arizona Diamondbacks, Ray. He's their 4th starter.
After the 2-1 lead, Brad Ziegler, another teammate, former of the A's, came in and unfortunately for him gave up a triple and a base hit and lone save.
Cahill a no decision in his first start for the D-backs. He went 6 innings, gave up just 2 hits and the 1 run, but he walked 6 and struck out 5.
Like his opening night last year.
Yeah, we saw that from Trevor last year. He seemed out of sorts at times, walked more guys than we've seen in the past.
Jerry Blevins, after the home run on a fastball mislocation, now has had a tough time throwing a strike. It's 4 to Quintero and 2 now to Getz, the left-hander.
Top of the order, Alex Gordon will be next. Short lead by Quintero. He's not going anywhere at first. And the 2-0 pitches in first time. Andrew Kerrigan is warming up out in the A's bullpen. Umpires call time as the loose ball out in the bullpen. That one's hit high and foul down the right field line. Gets way out in front. That one rattles into the 2nd deck and the race is on. And looks like the gentleman coming from the far section just gets there in time.
And there's your play-by-play call of the night. A foul ball in the 2nd deck.
And that one somehow did not hit Getz as he gets out of the way. Well, there's running the stairs for exercise and there's running the stairs for foul balls.
But a much different pace because you're running for a foul ball. Who knows how you might land. If you're Danny Duffy and running the stairs, you pace it.
Weeks backhand, juggles, tries to pick it up and then rolls it to Pennington and they get the out. That would be called hanging with it, and they get the out at 2nd base.
Well, it might have been too slippery to try to pick up and flip, so he just kind of used his hand. Nice play to keep the ball from going into center field. Quintero, though, was not even going to think about sliding, just ran right through the bag. And so Jamal Weeks knocked it down. And
Gordon.
That's a great play.
That's a very good play. Well, anytime you can make adjustments on the fly, that's a good one.
You got to do. Pitch to Gordon, a breaking ball, first strike. Gordon is 0 for 2 with a walk. For 16 to start the season. That extension that Alex Gordon signed in spring training, a 4-year, $37.5 million deal. So it runs through 2015, and he's got a player option for 2016. Actually a day of extensions today. You see players getting locked up long term today. Ian Kinsler with the Rangers signed a 5-year, $75 million deal. That runs through 2017. So Kinsler's going to be around.
Well, what did you say Cano will get from the Yankees?
Well, that's what
based
we
on that.
about.
Yeah.
Cano will be a free agent after 2013. So he's going to look at that and go, well, that would be, I guess, a starting point. $15 million a year.
If you think about it, with Teixeira at first, Jeter at short, A-Rod at third. Now you put Cano in there.
$20 million year for everybody, and 30 for A-Rod. Brandon Phillips from the Cincinnati Reds, another very fine second baseman. He signed an extension today, 6 years, $72 million.
Wow.
So, All-Star Kinsler in the American League, and Phillips an All-Star as well. Phillips has 3 Gold Gloves as well. But you talk about those deals, and a lot of talk about extensions in spring training. Kinsler would have been a free agent after 2013. Phillips would have been a free agent after this year. So there's a big difference when you're signing a guy to an extension through his arbitration years,
Exactly.
or if you're signing a guy to keep him from becoming a free agent. That's going to cost you a lot more money when you're keeping the guy off the free agent market.
It's close to a balk there. That's close. Well, look at the angle. Jerry Blevins floated a little danger with the angle. Of course, first base umpire looking right at that balk of Bob Davidson. It would have been a balk.
My goodness. Swing and a miss on a breaking ball. Gordon strikes out. So that's the second out here in the 7th inning.
Well, good curveball. Jerry starting it right at the hitter, and Gordon stayed with it, but too sharp of a break. And no contact, so he is still looking for his first hit. 0 for 3 tonight after a leadoff walk.
Now batting, number 2, Alcides Escobar.
So here's Alcides Escobar.
Well, Alex Gordon, not only did they compare him to George Brett, they gave him a number 1 less than the retired number 5 by Brett.
Well, we're talking about these extensions and how much it costs teams. But Carlos Santana, catcher first baseman for the Indians, very good young player. He got an extension today, 5 years, $21 million.
You see, that's arbitration.
But there's your difference in the amount of money being spent, because you're right, Carlos Santana, by signing him, you're signing the arbitration years as opposed to keeping a guy off the free agent market. So there's a big difference.
Well, Cleveland knows how. They started it in the 90s, the first really to start locking up players through the arbitration years and maybe a year or two of free agency. And Kansas City, not surprised they are doing that. They're kind of in a small market. Can't take a chance on letting players go to arbitration, and who knows how many times they'll double or triple salaries just because of the eligibility.
I think if you're a fan, Ray, and you start looking at how much contracts are worth, I think to really get a better understanding of it, you should look at the players' service time and where they're at service time wise. And then you'll understand why some guys are getting $70 million, other guys are getting $20 million. They're going to get Getz. Just picked him off. So Blevins gets out of the inning, but he gives up the home run to Mitch Meyer, a solo shot. 7th inning stretch, 3-0 Kansas City.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Bottom of the 7th inning. A's trailing 3-0 to the Kansas City Royals, but at least they won't have to deal with the lefty Danny Duffy anymore. Duffy is out of the game after 6 shutout innings, giving up just the 1 hit. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. Your oil change tune-up and smog experts. Aaron Crow comes in, his 3rd appearance. So Crow here in the 7th.
Another power arm out of the bullpen for Ned Yost. Mid-90s fastball.
Crow, one of those young arms. He's 25 years old, Aaron Crow. And we can't always surprise our knowledgeable listeners at home, right? But how many knew that Aaron Crow was an all-star last year in the American League? He was the Royals representative down in Arizona. Aaron Crow, an all-star in his first year in the big leagues.
Well, it might be a little bit more difficult this year just to try to select one, a game in Kansas City, Kauffman Stadium, but you're looking at Francoeur and Hosmer and Stockis, and they'll have numbers that will warrant them being all-stars. Not to mention Danny Duffy, who we saw tonight for 6 solid innings. Good curveball from Crow on that one.
So Smith strikes out.
Yeah, the numbers for Danny Duffy in line for another win against the Athletics, right at 100 pitches. So stick around for a little while, watch the bullpen, try to finish it out.
So Duffy's first start here in 2012, a good one. Breaking ball, snaps in for a strike to Donaldson. Aaron Crow was a first-round pick of the Royals, 12th pick overall in 2009, so another one of those #1 draft picks. Last year, he had a 2.76 ERA in 57 games. The league hit .237 against him. So he's got nasty stuff, and he's showing it off right now. Another breaking ball, Donaldson strikeout. That's 4 consecutive A's hitters that have struck out, 10 in the game.
If Ryan Cook comes in, then you'd have 2 pitchers with the same delivery. Ryan Cook of the A's, a little bit of a wrap around the back, just like Crow, and Crow with the mid-90s fastball, then he drops the slide on a curveball in. No wonder Donaldson trying to gear up for the fastball and then drop the hook in.
First pitch to Cowgill is that same breaking ball, but it's outside. Crow pitched just 1 year in the minor leagues. That was 2010, and he did it as a starter. But when he made the team last year out of spring training, he went right to the bullpen. Loop to right field. Charging hard is Francoeur. On the run makes the catch, and Aaron Crow with a 3-up for down inning and a couple of strikeouts. 3-0 after 7. Ace Baseball on Comcast Sportsnet California is brought to you by Provident Credit Union. Provident Credit Union's Super Reward Checking is better than free. They pay you. 8th inning from the O.Co Coliseum. The rain actually coming down what looks like to be a little bit harder right now. We've got 7 in. The Royals leading 3-0.
Number 2, Lexi.
So Escobar is going to lead it off, and he's going to face the 3rd pitcher of the night for the Athletics. It's Andrew Kerrigan. When it's time for change, think speedy oil change and tune-up. Your oil change, tune-up, and smog experts. So the hard-throwing right-hander Kerrigan comes in. First pitch right on the outside corner for a strike. 3rd appearance for Kerrigan. He took the loss in the first game of the year in Tokyo.
Yes, he did. Followed by his curveball to Brendan Ryan in the 11th inning, leading off the inning with 2 strikes, and kind of tumbled it and ended up in left center for a double. But he's got a great fastball, and the breaking pitch, his curveball, is one that should be thrown hard and down, even if he bounces it, to have this type of success. But when he has the power arm that he has, there's no reason not to throw it hard, which he normally does.
So Escobar's retired, and here's Hosmer. Fastball inside corner strike. Andrew Kerrigan is 25 years old. He was the 5th round pick of the A's in 2007. Battled through some injuries, but opening day roster for the first time in his career. So in 6 games last year, the bat goes sailing on the swing and a miss from Hosmer, so it's a strikeout. And it is getting ugly, folks. It's coming down harder, and now you can start to see the up here the glaze on the infield.
They call it for the tarp, and the glaze on the infield, and
that's usually a telltale sign. Now I don't know that they can see it from obviously down there. We can certainly see it from up here, and that means the water's not soaking in anymore. It's just kind of sitting on top, and that's not a good sign.
No, not a good sign is seeing the tarp being rolled out because it is heavy. Calling for reinforcements, and here they go.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt, just looking up into the sky, Ray, that this is the hardest that it's rained during the game so far tonight. So at 10:02, we're going to have a rain delay. It's going to happen in the top of the 8th inning with 2 outs and nobody on, and the Royals leading 3-0. So quickly the tarp goes on the field. So we're going to take a break. Come back to the O.co in a moment. 3-0. The tarp is going back on the field.